Good morning. And hello, newest girl, Vulpix. Started getting pizza from Marcos because of the boycotts. Yeah. Yeah, boycotts in general have, like, honestly pushed me to look around more locally and, hey, generally improved, the food I've been getting, I think. A little pricier, but, I mean... Nah. It's interesting. It's like a crossover between, getting better food, but also being dissuaded from getting it as much, which, like, honestly, especially someplace like Domino's, which is incredibly cheap, was, yeah, too much of a temptation in that regard. So, having something that's a bit more like, no, I'm never doing business there again, is a better push in that direction, thankfully. I'd kill for good non-chain places. There's definitely, like, for pizza and that, there isn't, like, non-chain places around here. I think. Oh, no, actually, no. There's a few little places that do, like, a smattering of things. Either, like, restaurants that do takeout, or places that do, like, pure takeout, but also just throw in random pizza, because you can't go wrong with it. Yeah. And hello, Cookie. We haven't checked our pipes lately, but I hope we do, because, oh boy, this fucking case. And speaking of this case, we should probably welcome our guest. Hello, Mina.
Hello, Warpy. Got me right as I was taking a drink.
I wondered, I was like, uh-oh, is she still gone? Oh, no. Bad timing. Yeah, are you ready to fight off cognitive dissonance for an entire stream?
Oh boy, am I.
So, before we get back into this, did you see the new AA collection? Yes, I've heard, yeah, I did see that, the GBA games? The GBA Phoenix? Oh, sorry, Edgeworth games.
The DS Edgeworth games.
Oh, DS. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
GBA. Yeah.
One of which has never been available in English before.
Yes. And I already saw some discourse lamenting the fan names, which
that's so silly. Like, you had to be prepared for this. Legally, they could not do that.
Yeah, there is no way they would actually keep those, because, like, the fan translations, like, you know, there's different authorial intent there, whereas for fans it's just doing that. But, like, yeah, I think it'd be a questionable legal thing to just go, oh, people have already named these characters, why don't we just take that?
Yeah, like, I saw someone seriously say Capcom should have just bought the rights to the fan translation and used it unaltered, and I was like, are you out of your mind? Like,
okay.
Like, not only is that very dubiously legal, because it was an entire team involved who would all have to agree to sell, you know, the rights to their work. But, like, protecting, like, copyright, like, Capcom protecting copyright of their work would be so muddy after that, because they've bought a fan creation. Like, this isn't like Sonic Mania, like, hiring fan devs to do this. This would be purchasing a completed piece of work.
Yeah,
and using it to make money. Like,
it's not seeing someone who is clearly passionate about this and saying, hey, do you want to work on a real one? It's, hey, we're going to use the thing you made. But also, just, like, the idea of just using a fan translation, just period, is, like, I don't know, also, I've heard about some really awful fan translations.
Yeah, I was just about to say, do you want to hear my hot take? My scorching, scathing, sizzling take?
Go for it.
I think the fan translation's kind of shitty. Like,
No!
You know, obviously, I respect what it did for the fan base. I think it's great that lots of people got to play this great game when Capcom was gatekeeping it from us. But like, if you look at, I'm not gonna send it to you because there are some implied spoilers in it. But someone compared every line they showed in the trailer with every line that the fan, like from the equivalent lines in the fan translation. The difference is like night and day. Like, it is so much more flowery and interesting, and the sentence structure is more varied, and the characters have a more distinct voice. And like, I understand and appreciate that there were a lot of challenges the fan translation were working with, like a limited, character, like a character limit and the text boxes that wasn't present in the Japanese version thanks to Kanji.
Yeah. Probably
and
also
that kind
just...
of thing.
Oh, sorry, go on.
But like, it is so much better. And like the fan translation, it's like, it flattens some characters. The pun names are so much more basic compared to the English versions. Just like some of the pun names in the fan translation miss the point entirely. Like,
yeah,
I'm not gonna get into specifics, but there are two characters who in the Japanese version have themed names, and you're not supposed to know the connection between them until later on. But the fact that their names are linked is a hint. It's like foreshadowing. The fan translation just completely missed that. Just translated them both as different puns that have zero connection, and as a result, that foreshadowing was just lost. But anyway,
yeah,
sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, that's all good. The other thing is, like, those people probably aren't writers as well. Like, the role that a person who is doing localization or translation for a game project is like a very specific set of skills. And, you know, not that random people can't also learn to do that, but like, comparing a bunch of people who are paid to do that and people who come together to make something that everyone can experience is not a really fair comparison. But that's even more of a reason that, like, it's probably better to just go from using their existing processes to actually translate everything.
Yeah, and like, just to add all this, the little cherry on top of all this is that not all the people, some of the people who did the fan translation of Investigations 2 would go on to form Scarlet Study, which was the group that formed that was doing a fan translation of the Great Ace Attorney games before those were announced, who infamously were very fond of using racial slurs in the game's script and defended their right to do so.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up because fan translations that I'm really familiar with is really only JoJo, and it's kind of difficult to compare, like, immediately, but the one I do know that I know was actually infamous for exactly what you pointed out was the Great Ace Attorney, and I was like, you know, might want to run that script through your regular translators and not just get the fan version of it if that was something someone on their team felt was fine to put in.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's like, God, yeah. I'm very excited to see it, and like, I think like it will be an adjustment, and I'm gonna say this as a non-judgmental statement of facts because I am one of the people I am talking about here. A lot of the Ace Attorney community is on the spectrum, and adjusting to change, it can be very difficult and scary. I understand.
Yeah.
I had to make those adjustments. Like, if you go and watch me stream with Luca, Great Ace Attorney, I complain about some of the name translations in that compared to the Japanese version, because I got used to the Japanese names, and hearing the English versions was jarring for me. So like, of course that's gonna happen again, but like, you just gotta move on. Like, you can't cling to those old names when most of the people who are playing this game officially, which is going to be more than who played the fan translation, considering the hoops you had to jump through to play it, are going to be using the new names and new terminology. So you just gotta get used to it, unfortunately.
Me and the lawyer Blobos I pulled by being autistic. Yeah, and on the naming and stuff like that too, like, I saw an interesting, but this isn't even fan translating even, what I'm about to say, but So yeah, like, the only other thing I'm familiar with in terms of fan translations is really JoJo. Like, I've read a few of the, like, when I finished watching Part 4 when it was out, and then I went and read 5, 6, 7, pretty much, like, right afterward. And at the time, I'm pretty sure there were only, like, fan translations that were just, available somehow. Thank you, Cookie Duang.
Cookie, don't talk to me about Duang. I am a proud veteran of the Duang translation. Back in 2010, that was all we had.
Yeah, we had our Duang and we loved it.
Exactly.
But, like, even you don't even, like, some of that doesn't even have to be fan translations to affect the change. Like, I saw discussions surrounding specifically JoJo, but obviously it applies broader than that, about color, like, fan-colored works, and how, like, often that takes away from, what am I trying to say? Like, the implied contrast of the black and white art instead. So, like, you have characters that, you only really get the grayscale, and that's about it, and that's all you get from the colors, right? And it's an interesting thing to look at when it translates into the anime, because they switch the color palette so much during important moments and stuff like that.
Yeah, as like an homage, kind of.
Exactly. And, like, it was interesting to kind of compare how, like, you'd read it once there's an established color palette going through the whole thing, and how just the grayscale stuff seemed to be manipulated in certain ways to be more evocative of the fact that moments are being intense. Whereas when you splash the color over it willy-nilly, it's just doesn't really have the same punch. And, like, exactly. If that kind of thing can, like, influence the aesthetic and kind of, like, feel of a lot of these things, fan translating it, which is infinitely more complicated on that, is just, like, a whole other kettle of fish. And yeah, like, when you mention the kind of Japanese names and the pun names, obviously they're not doing that in JoJo, but at the same time, like, there are definitely, like, one of the infamous ones I know is from Part 5, where the dude who has the ice skate stand is just, like, punching Oh, sorry, go on.
Jachio, yeah.
Yes, when he's punching the inside of his car. And looking at the fan translation compared to the actual translation is, yeah, it's night and day. On one hand, he's being, like... Well, on one hand, it feels like the... Like... How do I want to put it? Like, in the official translation, he is being needlessly picky and getting really angry about it. And it's meant to come off... Or, yeah, go on.
Yeah, like he is specifically getting upset at the fact that every other language calls the city, like the city in Italy with the gondolas, Venice, whereas the Italian name is Venezia. Mm-hmm. And he's really upset by that because he's like, everyone calls Paris, Paris, why can't they call Venezia, Venezia? It's not fair.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't mean to say that, like, that's invalid or anything like that, but he is getting incredibly angry, and I feel like it's meant to read like he is being incredibly unreasonable and having a really over-the-top reaction to it.
It's a very nationalistic thing, yeah. Like, it's definitely making fun... Like, Araki is making fun of people who are upset about what other countries call their cities, where it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not going to be hearing that 95% of the time.
Exactly. But in the fan translation, I specifically remember that coming off less like that. And it ultimately does a disservice to that character, because that attitude, that, like, really, like, fiery sort of anger out of nowhere is ironically specifically contrasts with his stand, but also feeds into the later battle where that comes up again. But in the fan translation...
They outsmart him by abusing how quick he is to anger and lose rationality.
Exactly. And that doesn't get set up as well in the fan translation, because it smooths over something that's meant to be a bit, like, out of pocket by making it less so.
I'm pretty sure I read the same one as you, because I do remember him saying, like, in the translation, that instead he's complaining like, why does everyone spell Paris Paris, but they spell Venice Venice? And obviously it's a fan trying to interpret him phonetically pronouncing the names in kanji. To go on his rant about how other countries don't call, this city by its proper name compared to other capitals and whatever. But it just, like, the meaning is lost entirely because they're being too literal with it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, like, that's one of the reasons that, localization and translation is not just to throw the script into Google Translate, because that doesn't work. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you see it a lot, even in professional translations, where, like, certain jokes and puns in Japanese don't really make sense, and then the English team has to, like, bend over backwards to try and make a similar joke, or at least something that, like, evokes a laugh at the very least. And you can look at the two and be like, these two things aren't talking about the same thing at all, but, like, it's kind of the thing you need to do. But when you don't see that, when you don't see essentially, like, the meta level over the literal textual bit, you can miss that, and that's often a lot of things that fan translations and that can come across, where if the person in question isn't looking for that kind of thing, or, thinks literal translations are better for whatever reason, suddenly part of the work is missing. And yeah, that's why it's good Miles Edgeworth gets his games released again.
Yeah, it's like, I think even if you don't like the name Eustace Winter, it's a small price to pay for having a more authentic, proper localization, not just a translation.
Absolutely. Though I will say that line from The Best ending, that line where he's talking about how he is better than Miles Edgeworth, and the way those names work into those puns.
Yeah.
Like, broader perspective, it's great that obviously fan translation was kind of needed if it wasn't there. It's great that there's a localization of it, but man, I'm gonna miss actually reading that line. That was.
I'm sure they'll find a fun way to preserve it.
I 100%, like, whatever they were actually translating there, I'm sure they'll figure out something. Like, the guy's name is Eustace Winner. There's something there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright. We've yapped about that subject matter for a fair while, so, yeah, it's just I think it's one of the few instances where I actually had, like, an opinion about it, because, yeah, I before now, I never really have sought out things like fan translations. I just kind of, whatever's in front of me, I'll just end up playing.
Yeah, like, it's a very nuanced conversation. Obviously, like, there are times when if we want to enjoy something that capitalism has decided us we're not allowed to enjoy, someone has to step up and make that happen. And the Herculean effort required to make something like that happen cannot be understated.
Yeah.
Like, the people who not only made, like, Mother 3 fully playable in English, but also figured out a way to get it onto a cartridge in case you want to play it on an actual GBA, those people are heroes.
Yeah, 100%.
And, like, even if I disagree with a lot of the choices they made, the team that made this game available to everyone, like Investigations 2, they are also heroes, because, like, Capcom for over a decade decided that we weren't allowed to play this game for a reason as petty as the first one didn't sell well enough. It's like, the game exists, it's out there. Like, it would have been very possible to, for minimum cost, or minimal cost, whip this up and release it, even just as, like, an iPad game or something.
Yeah. And
they made the conscious decision not to for years because they didn't think it was a worthwhile investment. And I'm glad the Ace Attorney franchise is in a place now where, Capcom sees this franchise as being financially viable enough that they have made collections of the 4 worst-selling games in the series. That's great. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
like,
good. Yeah,
Investigations 1 and 2 set sales records in terms of how badly they sold, even in Japan, and those records were broken by Greatest Attorney 1 and 2. So.
Oh no!
But then the Greatest Attorney collection comes out in English, and it sold 1 million copies. Like that's amazing.
Yeah,
Obviously,
damn.
they have enough confidence in this franchise to release the other 2 worst-selling games and hope that they also do well.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that it had to reach the point of like, oh fuck, we need to. Well, I don't follow Capcom as closely as other people, but the general vibe I got was like, in the last like couple of years, they've been like, oh shit, I guess we have to kind of, we probably do have to respect the IPs we already have because we're kind of like, in a not great spot. This might have been a few years ago, a few years earlier than that, but this is a general vibe I got, and like, yeah, it's a fucking shame that is that might be the reason this stuff kind of gets done. Not out of any like genuine sort of want to preserve it or ensure it's as widely available as possible, but just can we squeeze money out of it?
Yeah, I know. Like you're totally right, newest girl. Like it was the triple combo of Monster Hunter World, then Resident Evil 7, then RE2 Remake, all selling like 15 million copies back to back.
Yeah.
I just let them go, okay, fuck it, we can do what we want now. Like, we have made enough money to fund the next 7 years of weird one-off projects and rebooting our games that sold terribly in the past. Like, I guarantee the reason why Ghost Trick got remastered is because Capcom looked at how much money they'd made from Resident Evil and went, well, we can afford to take the loss even if it does bad now.
Yeah, and then I don't remember the sales numbers for Ghost Trick, but I can't imagine that wasn't successful when it got ported.
Yeah, the problem with the original release is that it came out on DS when the DS was sunsetting. Like, It came out in English 2 months before the 3DS came out, and 1 month before a new Pokemon game came out, and right after Christmas. So people's wallets were drained. Everyone was waiting for a big purchase a couple months down the line.
Yeah.
And they didn't market it very well also. Like, if you didn't read game magazines, you probably didn't even know it was out.
Yeah, which is a shame, because having played that now, I think that might just clear all of the Ace Attorneys I've played.
It's super fucking good. And I'm so
really
happy that lots of people have had the opportunity to play it because of that re-release, because it's not stuck on as a rare cartridge on a platform that is not very good at preservation.
Yeah. Well, now that we've talked about Peak, I guess we have to experience the Abyss.
The nadir.
Yes. I think we were in the middle of...
we were just about to do the first cross-examination, I believe,
yes.
of Emma. Clavier's entire case seems to be, when you eliminate the impossible, what remains must be the truth.
Yeah.
Despite, like, it's like, hey, you didn't eliminate the impossible because this kid shooting a gun is fucking impossible, dude.
It cut to Apollo, like his hands just gesturing at the blind child. Actually, sorry, for emphasis, the blind child.
Like,
okay.
Again, he could have gone, wow, this is the easiest slam dunk of my young legal career, and just gotten a medical examiner to testify the next day, being like, this child still has his arm attached, so therefore he's innocent.
Yeah, or like anyone from, like, you could even go to the police department, whoever like actually takes care of firearms and stuff like that, and just ask them. So, you train people to use these guns. How would you train a person to use this Magnum? Do you think this child could have fired the gun?
Exactly.
Oh
my God.
Yeah,
okay.
The kid would just need, like, you know, a huge amount of bracing, and he'd probably he'd probably have to not hold the gun at all, because the kickback alone would break his fingers.
He would need the fucking, like, power armor from Alien.
Yeah! Oh, okay. Alright, Emma.
We gotta actually talk about this game at some point. We've delayed the inevitable for almost an hour.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh, God. Okay. Night of the murder, I was at the security backstage of Prosecutor Gavin's request. The only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. Did we hear multiple shots?
I think there was one, and then you were like, what was that? And then there was a second.
Oh, yes, yeah. Okay. Went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could... The fuck does that mean, Emma? How could you know something like that?
As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen. We know there is only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The killer vented. Oh!
Sus among us, sus. just banging the gavel. Sus.
That's that game my grandchildren play, Among Us.
But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly...
Exactly.
One high bitch telling herself exactly.
There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. Takes the tape off of her whiteboard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's only one thing worse than a murderer. Boom. A child. A child.
Remember, access to those rooms was limited.
Shout out Nocia, true.
Only those involved with the concert were allowed.
And all of the people involved with the concert. Only one is small enough to be considered a child.
You keep using this word. I want you to keep this word in the back of your mind,
Yeah,
please.
okay, child. Fair. I'll let that through.
The defendant.
The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up towards the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. Objection! But that's just conjecture. Oh? There was no other way out of that room. You were there, you should know, Hair Forehead.
And there is another vital piece of evidence.
Evidence? What?
Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces they had recently been opened.
Wait, what?
And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, Maki Tabaye's fingerprints.
What? Apollo, you knew this. Apollo, you knew this. What are you doing?
We discussed this already.
Oh, sorry.
Order!
I forgot.
Order! Order!
I feel like I was standing here for like 3 weeks or something. I don't remember the details all that well. That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Hair Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? No! Only one could pass through that air vent, or through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was whooping it up in the audience.
So this was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive indeed. Does anyone else smell toast?
Question. Did we fingerprint the gun?
Probably not.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, what? Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Sorry, I was gonna bring this up earlier, but so I've talked about before how one of the things I think doesn't annoy me, but it's usually the thing I trip over with Ace Attorney is when the game when the game wants to drive you into a specific thought process. Oh, actually, hold on a second. I think there was probably several blinds in here that I should have added. Something else was found quite clearly. Fingerprints. Sorry, I forgot we were playing that game. I'm gonna be fucking real with that. I'm at least gonna put
okay.
one in for getting to the vent.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. So we got 2 for blind. Awesome. Great. Yeah, so like it wants to have a path of logic, you know, both for narrative's sake, for leading on people who might not quite get it to, you know, prompt understanding that will be important for later. It's like a pretty basic kind of thing. And sometimes either because I think there's a better point to make personally, or because I'm ahead in terms of the logic and don't realize, you know, what it's asking. Or even just because I miss it. Sometimes I trip over that. And that's not really the worst thing in the world. With logic games like this, you're always going to think like, how could I, you know, you're going to use your own thought process, and when you get prompted with something you're not expecting, you're like, but this is true. Why would that even matter? Right? This is like the most extreme version of that, where I can feel how obvious it is that no one in the room is saying the word blind child together. Yeah, like this is gonna be this whole case. It's just like, and I guess we are bringing up that he is a child, which, you know, that's a start. At least, like, the prosecution has admitted that. So, hopefully that gives us some leverage later when he wants to back up and say, oh, well, he still could have done it. And it's like, child. Literal child, Gavin. Please. But yeah. So, this thing I keep tripping over, like, the whole conceit of the path we're taking here is just ignoring the fact that no one is saying blind child, and because that's a thing I typically trip over a lot. Fun. Hello, Luca. And thank you for the lurk, Charles. I heard that is pathologic, jeez. Decisive indeed, as long as I turn my brain off. I know the circumstances under which the body was found. I was there.
An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer?
I'm sure they have a good reason. Right?
You're
right?
giving them way too much undue faith to follow.
Yeah. Like, oh, man.
He is not escaping the Gavin Crush allegations when you can hear that utter fucking hog slop. And
and
be
just
like,
be
well,
like,
I'm sure they have a good reason.
No, I'm sure he's thinking... I'm sure he has a good reason, right?
Let's hear him out, let's hear him out.
I really want... You know what I really want, because we've set up things earlier? I want Phoenix to hear the case that is going on and just be outright mad. Like, I want him to just snap. Like, oh my god, we're doing this shit again. Oh my god, I can't stand this place. I don't know if that's actually gonna happen, but that's what I would like to happen. They must have a good reason to arrest Machi. I'm going to find out what it was. Did we not just find that out?
It's just the generic end of testimony line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. Went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body at the beginning. Shots.
I think probably this strikes me as a just press everything type of thing.
Yeah, it does. Like, yeah, the kind of thing you do with Gumshoe. It's like, okay, let's just tease out all the facts of what's been happening and we'll move on from there. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes?
That's right.
What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert.
I thought exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods.
This really isn't the Dark Age of the Law. Yeah, like, this, like, it feels like it weaves into that well, so I'm kind of like, because that makes me ultimately torn, because going through this on the logic side of it is infuriating, but if that is the point, and the game manages to capitalize on that, I might still think it's stupid, but at least there was, like, a narrative purpose to that. I guess we'll find out. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall... Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My key... He lost his keys, and then went, I think we need to heighten security at the concert tonight. Fucking excuse me? That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. It's all because someone stole my keys. Oh my god, he's sweating. People are dead, Clavier. You're trying to prosecute a child! Fuck you! I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case.
There he goes again.
Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hands on their own. Yet you didn't know that until after that happened, Clavier.
What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand... I feel like, yeah, this should be a conflict of interest.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you have a vested interest, like, I don't, like, there isn't any evidence to suggest that Clavier was actually involved beyond the keys, but that should be enough to be like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have the person whose keys were found in the murder victim's hand actually trying to prosecute the defendant in this situation, because that obviously moves things away from any sort of questions about why the keys are in his fucking hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. The judge doesn't know what a conflict of interest is. Yeah, he's just saying words at this point. I know so many girls I went to middle school with who would have loved this man. Oh, yeah. I mean, I get it.
I know many girls right now in my life who would love this man.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't
he's an evergreen princely character, and those are very hot right now.
Mm-hmm. Love slow acting in new atroquine?
Atroquinine.
Atroquinine, thank you.
Yeah.
Is waiting for you. Is that?
It's a kind of poison.
Oh, okay, gotcha. He's
singing something.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place this morning.
It's okay. Apollo, her mouth wasn't moving. Apollo usually talks to her when it switches to this perspective.
Yes, that's true. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I don't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. You know, I feel like we're kind of skipping past the bit where he justified his actions before something happened by something that happened afterward. Ordinarily, that'd be enough for a contradiction to be pointed out, but...
It'd be so funny if he just, like, after he suspects all this, he just walks into the police break room and sees Emma, like, vaping with a bag of snack coos, and he goes, "You look like you have time on your hand."
Yeah.
I love Burnout era Emma. She's so good.
Yeah. Although, yeah, like, okay, I'm probably gonna say this a lot this case, just because it is an ever-present thing. But unfortunately, it does kind of undermine the idea that she's kind of burnt out and wasn't successful at what she was doing despite being obviously bright in other aspects, by the fact that she is just going along with the fact that we are trying to say this child did this murder. Like, unfortunately, that makes me go, okay, if Emma is just okay with doing that, maybe she shouldn't actually be in a position that she was trying to get into. Yeah. I'm glad you can accept that, Judge. That's...
I see. I can accept that. For no reason. Well, I can't. What do you mean time on their hands? Please, the testimony.
We don't have time to go into Clavier's proclivities. Or, sorry, no. His, eccentricities when he's picking people for tasks. I don't care. We're dealing with a case with a child here. I don't think we need to hear about this.
He needs to be back in prison before his bedtime.
God damn it. Yeah, you're right, Luca. There is no time. Only people involved. Yep. We were let in, though.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Trucy, no! Oh god. Gee, great.
Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. Whenever they came up to me, I just blew smoke in their faces and they'd walk away.
Yeah. It's actually a really effective technique. You should get into vaping, Apollo.
That's legitimately how LKSD kills bugs in our house.
That's great. Yeah, I imagine whatever would be in those would probably be like chemically enough to just like stun them at the very least.
Yeah, no, like it doesn't kill them, but it does like what smoke does to bees. Like they kind of curl up and become like very sedate.
Yeah,
and then she just puts them like on a piece of paper and takes them outside.
Oh, that's good. So no other outsiders were there then.
And then...
Yeah, and back to this. The third set, I heard shots. And I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos.
Who let her on the stand with those?
Hey, no snacking in court.
Thank you. And you're sure the shots came from Lamira's room? Yes, absolutely.
Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Yeah, this will keep you quiet.
Thanks. Flashbacks to that one scene in one of the earlier games where Phoenix like points and the phone image like swirls around and it like swaps over to Edgeworth's view to simulate him throwing the phone.
Yeah.
Wolfie preempting whatever game is my favorite bit. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's good writing or if I'm just being read to filth, but it's funny either way. So, how about it, Emma?
You're right there. I'd be mistaken about that. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Gulp. Alright, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there open the dressing room door. I'm into the room filled with... Oh, sorry, this is... this is testimony, I don't need to say this again.
You're all good. Rock. And stone?
Blaring, yes.
Oh no.
When you say rock, are you referring perhaps This rock and roll music that's so popular these days.
This is all the funnier when fucking Clavier is standing in the room and ostensibly has been a lawyer for a long time. It's like, Judge...
Is this that rock and or roll?
Clavier, is this that rock and or roll? Clavier's just like... I don't know why I bothered.
I don't know why,
sometimes.
but taking anything with and in the middle and changing it to and or is like the funniest joke ever to me.
Yeah, no, it's very good.
I made Alcesti lose it one time because I was washing my hands before we made a dish, and I was like, gotta get all the bacteria off. We don't want to catch Sam and or Ella.
Oh, Mina, has anyone ever told you you're really funny?
Not often, but thank you.
That's right, when we went into the dressing room. Oh, I suppose this is important to actually go over. Like, hey, there was a lot of sound happening in there at the time. Music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. A pipe sound... Oh, no, Sama.
Oh, a pipe sound in from the stage into the backstage through the speakers. That way people on the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage.
Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume.
When we walked in the room...
If you don't feel your lungs reverberate when you're listening to our music, then we fucked up.
The band was playing Guilty Love, I believe. Making it easy to determine at the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing.
Then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi. Including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation.
Yeah, there we go.
I believe that's enough of that.
I always create the perfect environment for a murder when I play my shows there, forehead.
Honestly, the Gaviner's entire set list just being Guilty Love over and over again is even funnier in the wake of the Kendrick pop-up concert, and he did not like us 6 times in a row.
Oh god, yeah.
That's the average Gaviner's concert is like they do 2 new songs and then Guilty Love 6 times.
Yeah. Somewhat related to that, I was very tempted to call Clavier freaky ass when he said that about fucking Trucy. It's just like, K-Dot uniting rival gangs are called Drake. Yeah, no, it's that, like, unprecedented. Absolutely.
The only way in and out of the crime scene was watch. Making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive.
But have we considered that a woman could turn into cloth? Have we considered that?
Have we considered that time of deaths can be faked? Like,
yeah, also that.
This all hinges around the notion that this happened while Emma and Apollo were sitting outside the door. They're talking about speakers that were in that room that were being used to broadcast music, and yet not one person has been like, hey, what if the gunshots were faked too? Or something like that.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Right.
Like, they're just... Because remember, the goal as a lawyer is not to prove your client's innocent. It's to cast a shadow of doubt upon their guilt. So, like, Apollo literally could just go in one of a million different directions. And just be like...
Can't even remember who the victim... Yes, it is Lettuce, yeah.
Lettuce.
Yeah, like, Oh, yeah, speakers, huh? Like, I don't know, is there any chance at all that the gunshots could have been conflated with something else?
I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict.
Hell, that room that Latouche was murdered in was La Miroir's, right?
Yeah, it was her dressing room.
So we never saw it before the murder,
No,
which means
we have no idea what it looked like beforehand.
yes, so the gunshots in the wall could also have been there beforehand.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah, okay.
Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It can't be over already.
Very well, I believe this trial is finished.
Oh my god.
If the defense has no contradicting evidence...
Please say you don't have any contradicting evidence. The prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it had better be clear and plain.
Apollo, their guys on the ropes already. We better come up with something quick.
I know. Think. What can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi was innocent beyond a doubt. Without that...
Mr. Justice? Do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case?
I'm tapping the labels at the top of the stream. Blind child! God, I haven't really been... is there anything in there? No, I feel like we went way off. Yeah, okay, because we weren't talking about the actual thing. We were talking about circumstances and all that, so... Nothing to add to those counters yet.
If you do, you better tell us about it now.
This is it. So soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. Court wants contradicting proof? Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Just remember what Latouche's last words were.
Yeah, the witness, Siren. He did say...
She's been pretty mum.
She has been. Like, literally the instant is like, oh, you're a lawyer. Okay. You can go now. I'm not saying anything more to you. Yeah, because, like, from the evidence standpoint, there's just nothing contradicting what's been going on. All we've got are, like, the initial evidence we gathered, and none of that suggests an actual contradiction, so it can't be that. Yeah, Latouche also was very clearly nudging you towards, hey, someone saw something. And yeah, I don't have proof, it's just that's the end, so... Prosecutor Gavin, you claimed that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song,
Atroquinine.
Atroquinine, thank you. Atroquinine, my love.
It tripped me up so often until I watched a playthrough where I heard someone pronounce it, and then I just memorized that.
Yeah, I keep wanting to say atroquine. For some reason, the repeated IN is fucking with me.
Because it looks like equine in your brain.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
There he goes again.
That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Oh, really now?
Oh, I think I might need to start the popcorn now. I thought we were going to be out of here in 5 minutes.
But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Astrolinguine? Yeah. Because I am the only one in this world who knows this. What? Oh, I don't remember this line. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... I just talked to... Okay. Oh, I just talked to him and now he's been shot, right. He's alive? Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold. Witness.
Cold? Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help is on the way. I definitely don't see pieces of your heart splattered on the wall.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who is the witness?
The witness is Siren. Oh, I'm dead now.
Hurt. Blah.
What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you...
Source, dude, trust me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to be fair. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Herr Forehead says he said. It's not testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. Objection! But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps. A stiffer penalty than usual is called for? Ugh, there's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
Bam.
Lamerwar?
Recall Mr. Latouche's last words. Oh, right, I was the only one who heard them. Right.
Oops. The siren. Aha! He meant the siren.
That's right. Siren of the Ballad. La Miroir. La Miroir was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well.
Guilty.
Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lemerwar to the witness stand.
Miroir would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her mouth no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom.
You are too kind.
Ah, you can speak English?
Yes, I can. Though I'm not very good. There is much I do not know.
Oh no.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language.
Oh, fucking Christ.
No, nor where I studied it.
Huh? What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? La Miroir suffers from amnesia.
Amnesia?
Oh my god.
The Dark Descent?
Lamoir is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought.
As lauded singer Lamiroir, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts.
How convenient.
Says the judge.
Yeah, right.
Friars mean nothing to me. I don't know the meaning of the word.
That explains a hell of a lot, Judge.
You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamiroir.
Thank you. Yes, there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What may I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened.
Lamiroir, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand.
Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
She witnessed the crime.
Well, now that you're here, please give your testimony.
I forgo. That's it.
If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome.
That's too horny, man. It's too
Yeah,
horny.
come on.
Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
What I saw.
As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room, and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
Calm down.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her longer than need be. Luca, shut up.
It very, very bold of you to assume he can still get it up at that. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
You know what? Phoenix was right. Fuck all of you. Walks out of the courtroom. I'm not being party to this shit. Lamiroir wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something. I've got to find out what. Took Viagra before the proceedings. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna zoom past that. I don't... But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you.
Mr. Latouche? How can I tell you what I don't know?
Lamiroir, he said you were a witness with his dying words.
I do not know what you meant to say, but that night...
Right. It was a great concert.
You heard me sing? Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line.
Convicting a child of murder I can excuse, but trying to get an autograph on the stand? Oh,
If anyone deserves an autograph, it's me. One on my gavel, it would be nice.
Herr Judge,
What's this?
It's my autograph. Now keeps this trial moving.
Well, someone was jealous.
Yeah.
What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy.
Apparently his grandson is a big fan. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lamoire. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. Turn backstage after the second set. Okay. You did not return backstage once? Where were you? Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Machi with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Machi. So like the police Gavin's dressing room told me there. With Machi, correct? How was he then?
He seemed as he always does. Though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latouse's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion.
Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. Oh, cool! So, blind child who doesn't speak English, just being, cool. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far.
Yeah, like, based, honestly, don't talk to the police, especially when they've already decided you're guilty.
Yeah, no.
Like, there's a reason they tell you, as you're being arrested, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Yeah, so, yeah, shut the fuck
Like,
up.
you arrested him, you didn't let him see his lawyer, and then you threw him into trial. Like, yeah, of course he's not gonna say anything. Why would he say something?
Yeah, like, it's so funny, because in this universe, that's a sign of guilt, whereas, like, in real life, it's like, no, that is what you should do. You shut
That
the
is
fuck
procedure.
up. Yeah, you ask, what, are you being detained? Can I speak to my lawyer if you're being detained? And then you shut the fuck up. Yes, thank you, Volpix. It is indeed Shut the Fuck Up Friday. We're 2 days late, but, you know. It's like how his phrase is no end of trouble, and the trouble is that he's not admitting to murder. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, oh, yeah, why isn't this child we're trying to convict of murder not talking to us? God, it's so weird. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. How was the incident explained to you?
I was told nothing into detail, only that Mr. Latouse died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
But Mr. Latouse was my manager. I would like to know more. I want to know more. I should have been told. Both Maki and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you.
Yes, I understand.
Think. What doesn't ring true about her testimony?
Hard to imagine Lemoire lying.
She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? Okay. I was invited to see on stage. Did not return backstage after the second set. And she's just been vague about what happened since then. Led by the police. So I feel like my instinct is either there's something that suggests she might not have been where she was saying after the second set, or she's said something about the incident that she shouldn't know. Because Apollo did kind of double press on like, okay, so you don't know anything about what happened. But then there's nothing really in her testimony that's standing out to me like that. I guess there's also this, which was found at the crime scene. I could say that, she doesn't directly say that, like, she never went to the scene, though.
But, like, if that was there, then she was there at some point, right?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't there... Because it wasn't there before, and it was there after.
Oh, yes, right, the temporal thing of that. So then I would say it's probably... I did not return backstage after the second set, and no, that's not true.
We know you did, because the brooch was there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. That's one of those, like, tiny details I just, you know, playing week to week, I might have forgotten, so...
No, exactly, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm here for.
Yes, I do appreciate that.
God, is there anything more satisfying in these games than doing an objection and hearing the music drop out?
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, there is not.
No, don't worry. Canadians and Australians speak a common language.
Yeah, I love...
Yeah, and
nah,
no means the
nah,
same
yeah.
thing in both our cultures.
Yeah. Seeing the, like, the whole yeah trend on Twitter, I remember seeing the yeah, nah, and nah, yeah buttons. For that, I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's good. I'm glad those exist now to just show how absurd those two phrases are. I'm sorry, Lamoire, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why is that Lamoire's? She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? But what? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lamoire? How did your brooch get backstage if you did not get there yourself? Okay, so there was a second there where I was like, hold on, we never saw the crime scene at the beginning. But the actual point is that she had it on stage and then she lost it and it appeared at the crime scene. Yep. Okay. The only oh yeah, that's when we were talking about Marquis not speaking. Obviously, that means he's the murderer. Why would you plead the fifth if you're not guilty of the thing you're being asked about? It's like, that's not how that works. You're given right to not say anything when... Well, that's different from the fifth. But you're, like, exercising your right to remain silent is not admitting anything. What the fuck? And, as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us... You had been wearing it during your performance that night.
Huh?
Oh, that's good. She gasped so hard it fucking flipped over her face.
Yeah, it makes it look like a question mark, too. I love it.
I don't know why, but that's really silly. It made me laugh a lot.
What is the meaning of this? Lamoire, please explain.
Lamoire? Oh no.
Blah, 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 blah.
She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not going to work here.
Blah, 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 blah.
Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. Wait, he can understand her?
Yeah, that's why, because, like, up until this moment, no one knew that she could speak English. He was collaborating with her.
Huh.
I don't think he can speak it super well himself, but he can definitely understand it.
Yeah. What now?
Blah, 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 blah.
In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What?
Blah, 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 blah.
Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Oh, that's actually really funny, actually. Oh my god. That's insanely smart. Like, because Lamiwa and Gavin, I feel like, are intelligent enough to collaborate in a smart way, and if her tell of Gavin, you should start filling in whatever I'm saying, is just talking a language no one else knows how to translate, that's pretty good. Like, essentially, she's just giving Gavin the ability to actually speak for her as the witness.
Create his, yeah, like tailor his narrative to fit her testimony,
Exactly.
or vice versa, rather.
Right when the incident occurred. Ah! Is she talking about that?
Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup.
Oh. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Okay. Mr. Latus, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold. Witness.
You, okay, we saw this bit before.
Yeah.
Siren, how can the siren do this? Anything? Yikes! Emma, what was that? Who's there?
What's wrong?
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Was that like a camera going off, too?
It was a door slamming, I think.
No, but there was a sound that triggered initially. Oh, it doesn't really matter. See anyone just now?
Huh? No.
I could have sworn I heard a door close.
Emma is the best character to voice with latency because any pauses or like gaps in
Yeah.
her speech, you can just say that she is baked out of her mind and thinking very hard.
Absolutely.
Just a glance, mind you.
So this was when your brooch dropped. That explains that.
It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
That's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Her forehead. She has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked into the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I did nothing that would have happened, of course.
Her brooch is a defect, it slides. God. I mean, it's not impossible, especially with something that has, like, an odd shape, for it to fall and, like, tumble a fair way away. Like, that's not literally impossible. I don't believe it, but it's not impossible.
But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Her forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Did not do years of vocal training for this.
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch.
Yes. Guilty.
Dusts his hands off.
Well, that's the end of that chapter.
Yep. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamiroir, you did look into the room though, right?
Yes?
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well. There was only the briefest of glimpses.
Performance was finished. I went backstage for a moment. Oh, there's a new entry. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Latus's body was behind a wall. We have a thing of the crime scene, don't we? I mean, Sort of, but then again, the brooch seems to contradict that. Because the brooch was, like, behind the couch, if I recall? Which would have been...
It was, like, under the bullet holes, kind of.
Yeah, in the gap. Actually, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but stream at least can. But basically between the bottom shot, the, like, little square there, and the couch, like, in that gap.
I think that's... Yeah, I think it's, like, near the ottoman there.
Yeah. Which, no, that does have a clear view. It's like, it's a little loose, just because, again, you could probably contradict it with, well, I mean, it just fell, like, it can tumble away, but, this is really the only thing I can use to actually contradict that.
I mean, the bracelet appeared, right? That means that they're kind of trying to nudge you towards a certain...
Did it? Oh.
Option.
Oh, I didn't... Fuck, I didn't notice that. But you're right. There's been so much prompting when that actually happens, so I didn't really miss it. Okay. I kind of wish it would just loop. It's a bit
Yeah.
What am I looking for exactly? It might not even be on this. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, there it is. God, that's a pretty subtle one, if only because, you'd expect movement to be around there, so you kind of dismiss it as like, well, why would their mouth be different? Why would I focus on that
Exactly.
area?
Gotcha!
Be gone. The late Mr. Latus's body, you say?
Yes.
You know something more about Mr. Latus's death than you are saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember. But the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. Just eyes bugging out again. Hang on. Barry didn't get rid of this, did he? No, he didn't. Okay, good. My special eyes.
My special eyes specialize in reading lies.
Fuck. Thank you, newest girl.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot?
One moment, Lamuoir.
Yes.
What was that you just said? Why did Miss Latus have to be shot?
Yes.
She was hiding something, I knew it. Lamuoir, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Huh? How could that be?
Take this. Lamuoir contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. Okay, hold on. What? I mean, she said he was shot.
Yeah.
When she shouldn't have been able to see the body.
Yeah.
But isn't...
And check his autopsy. I think it might be a point that hasn't been disclosed to the public.
Okay.
Check it just to be sure, though. Oh no, it's the gag order, I think. The one that Flavier gave you.
Oh, yeah, no. To ensure the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to... Yeah, right, okay, so we have her word that she shouldn't have known anything about the crime. She described something about the crime, and we actually have evidence to suggest that, actually, yeah, no one should have known about this.
Yeah.
Tell me, Lamuoir, how did you know he had been shot?
Eh? Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, "No one told me anything about the incident." Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet, you knew that Mr. Latouche had been shot. How could you have known?
huh? York!
That does look like a question mark when it's upside down.
These games have like a huge infatuation with question mark iconography.
Lamoureux. You aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
You know what? This is probably a good time for a break. Because we've been going for an hour and a half. Even if a good portion of that initially was just yapping. Yeah, so... Haha, we got something. And also, a surprising lack of, head-ass blind child rebuttals, so... I don't know if that's going to last, because, well... Like, at some point I imagine we're gonna come back to, but it was a child, it's not impossible for him to, and then I add a counter to the blind child thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, like... mercifully, I would hope that we don't broach this too much now that we've kind of gotten onto this other path, but... I guess we'll find out after the break.
Yeah, I suppose we will see.
I'm back. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, you're right, newest girl. It was a very good, yeah. Oh, that's good. A bot account liked my going live tweet, and when I went to go and block it, it had already been suspended. Awesome. Monty? You good? Oh, yeah. No, it's gone. Weird. Suspended in bio. God. Oh. What a wonderful game. I put up the blind child thing as a joke, but like now, it's gonna be really funny if there isn't actually any times that that happens. But at the same time, like, at the same time, it makes sense to veer the conversation around it, right? Because the more you brush up against it, the more kind of like obvious it is that like, yeah, I don't think a child could have done this. At the same time, though, like, dancing around the fact that they are dancing around it is also weird. So it doesn't really even play into its favor, but the joke, unfortunately the visual joke, kind of loses something when there isn't actually a lot of mentions of it. That's how it goes. Doesn't always play out the funniest. Even though I kind of wish it would at this point. So how's everyone's weekend going? It's fucking freezing in Australia at the moment. Well, at least in Melbourne. Had like 0-degree weather during the night, and it's hell. For me, at least. Probably shouldn't have left everyone on with such, like, anxiety-inducing music, to be honest. Probably could have gone with something... Oh, but then again, this is probably going to play for a while, and there wasn't really a better place to, there wasn't really a better place to take a break. Probably before this, but... yeah. I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention to the case. I gotta put, like, timers or something, on for stuff like that now, when it's like, hey, you should start taking a break now, instead of relying on me looking at the uptime. It's been a vibe on my end. Oh, well, that's good at least.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Alright. We gotta... I can only assume we're just gonna get a nuh-uh, but... Because that's basically been this whole case in a nutshell at the moment. It's like, no, I don't think it was a child. Nuh-uh. But his fingerprints, though. Like,
let's look at the gun. If there are no fingerprints on the gun, but there are on the vent, that's a contradiction, because why would you remove remove gloves before, climbing into your escape route?
Yes, before you're well clear of the scene. Like, that does not make sense, but... We're not asking the good questions, unfortunately. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Ah, now I remember. Please allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
That's kind of pale, huh?
She saw something. I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Miss Latouche had been shot. Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes?
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I've seen bullet holes before, You
have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days. That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Le Miroir someday.
I plan on recording my next album overseas. The studios have a different sound, Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour, too. Okay. You saw bullet holes in the wall. Now, I mean, there are bullet holes in the wall.
But look at the diagram again.
Oh, the door doesn't open like that. If you had a quick glimpse, you would not have seen stuff behind the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright. That was a little bit more of a nudge than I would have liked, Mina, but, like, I completely get it. Because at that point I'm like, okay, which walls are you talking about, and does that really make sense? Because, like, she's brought up the wall before, but yeah. Like, yeah.
Objection!
Le Miroir, they call you the... Fuck you, Apollo. They call you the Siren of the Ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
Quite unworthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Is that a compliment, Judge? You know what?
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can't I be cool for once? No, evidently. Observe the diagram. Le Miroir, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes? But they were in the wall. They were in the wall the door is on.
Eh?
You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. God damn it, Cookie. pretty sure lies are entirely becoming of sirens. I'm pretty sure that's the whole thing, yeah. Maybe that's what they're getting at, is like, oh no, he doesn't get it, does he? Oh, Jesus.
Lemerwar. Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you. And that's how court works, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or I must tell you what it is that I saw. Yes.
The happenings in this trial are being recorded. I am certain that it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latouche died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemerwar.
Very well. Lemerwar, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall.
What I saw, part 2? Yep.
I was on my way to the stage from the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I knew it was.
Okay.
So you did witness the crime.
So not guilty, right? So not guilty, right? Now we have a witness saying the killer was not a child.
And the killer was a grown person, you say?
Oh wow, this is going to be a shorter case than I thought. This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play here, Forehead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lemerwar. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong.
Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, just from a meta perspective, like, she just said that Maki isn't guilty by way of her testimony. So, like, it can't be that straightforward, right?
So trial over, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we're done here, right? Are we still here for... No, we have to go through the rest... okay. Alright. But yeah, like... Yeah, if Apollo's not convinced that that was all there was, then... Yeah.
And that's one thing, but this supports your case. It should be Clavier's job to pick this apart, not yours.
Yeah, and Clavier just going... Or not, like, raising objections, because, like, you know, that's something, like, Miles has done, for example, where the testimony given by the witness or by the person on the stand contradicts him, and he acts up. But Clavier's just like, okay. Like, in fact, I'm surprised it didn't point out that Clavier wasn't overreacting. All he just said was, oh, it's the first I've heard of it. Which is like...
Yeah.
Okay, so... Do you want to elaborate then? I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it, but it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person, I know it was. Let's just go through the whole thing, I think. So you were heading toward the dressing room.
Yes.
So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. At the same time, Emma and I heard those shots. So, Okay, let me see if I understand kind of the broader suggestion of what's going on here. So, Apollo and Emma are outside the door, and Lamourois is claiming she was on the other side of the room with a perspective into the room via the window.
Uh-huh.
The shots go off. Apollo and Emma run into the room. They have that conversation. Emma leaves. Apollo starts talking to Latouche. What I'm assuming is implied to be happening here is Lamourois then walks around towards her dressing room, opens the door to some degree, and while Apollo is distracted, enters the room. Supposedly, and given the way the door swings and the brooch indicates she really entered the room. So she enters the room, and then either because of the back and forth between Latouche or something else, Lamourois then leaves. But then Emma comes into the room immediately after that happens?
Yeah, it's a bit messy.
Well,
I don't think that much in this case is very well thought out, so...
Fair. But I guess, like, the key thing there is, like, how did Emma not see Lamourois? Head Judge the Blind Child was obviously using stilts to appear as an adult. He was wearing a trench coat. Oh, that's what you literally went to. Good job, Volpix. Yeah, okay. But that's like the rough suggestion of what happens. Barring any, like, obvious contradictions. Emma and Apollo go in. Emma leaves. Apollo is distracted. Lamourois comes into the room and leaves. Apollo turns around and Emma comes back into the room. Because Lamourois had to drop the brooch before Emma walked in, because then we know no one entered after that. Well, actually, sorry, no. I mean, people entered after that, but sorry, I'm getting a bit too far away from this.
You're all good. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, about the same time, Emma and I heard those shots.
I was on my way back. There was... Oh, no, that's just more dialogue.
That's just more, yeah. What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well... Window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes.
You need not worry, Lamourois. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail? Not a window on the wall. It says, do not open.
I saw the crime from there.
Yeah. Some je ne sais quoi, or I don't know what. Wait, is that how that line goes? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been ages since I've seen Austin Powers. There were 2 shots, I couldn't do anything to stop it. You are certain you heard 2 shots fired?
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer.
Two bullet holes at the scene. No contradictions so far.
It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do.
That's a monkey. It wasn't Marky who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain.
It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, that's a good question, Clavier. Why aren't you objecting?
Yeah, Apollo. What were you thinking?
Trucy, let's just listen to what Lamiwa has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see,
It's a grown person. A grown person? That's a little vague.
I am sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. She recreated the crime scene at the 12th size and went, yeah, if a grown adult was in there, he'd be this big.
My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
Oh, here we go.
Such binaries do not exist in Virginia, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice.
Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered.
I gained an appreciation for how tight things might be in getting around this room.
It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
Jokes for 3 people watching this stream right now.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I heard a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
Does seem likely you might need to tape your lines to the ceiling in this room. You heard the voice. But wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche?
Absolutely not. Do not just say that I do not forget a voice. If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed.
Because my other thought then goes to potentially the speakers in that room having another voice in there, but if it were like if she heard the music being piped from the front stage, she would have been able to tell that was Clavier, not someone else, by extension. So
you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Maki.
Apollo? What are you doing?
Indeed.
Why are you ellipsing like that?
This turns out to be true, but cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion about this testimony?
Let me read through this again. Okay. Grown person, that's a little vague. So, like in your language, certainly you could tell at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man, a young man, and you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room is quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but couldn't it have been Mr. Latouche? Absolutely not. Do not forget a voice. If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
it might help to just list out everything new you learned about Lamiroir's testimony in like dot point form.
Yeah, so the shooter was a man.
Uh-huh.
She could hear his voice,
Uh-huh.
which I imagine would have been hard given the loud music in the back. She also, and this was in a different point, but it's interesting that she pointed out that the shot was like muffled in one instance. Like, obviously, if she was further away from the only place that sound could travel, this kind of makes sense. But, like, if someone was speaking, I have a hard time believing she would actually be able to hear that person.
And what else did she say about the person she thinks did it?
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, there really isn't anything talking about the speakers that I can present. Voice of a young man. I don't forget a voice. You wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. There's a man, a young man. That's pretty much all she... Well, a grown person, I guess she initially said. But, like, that doesn't...
And if it was a grown person, does that present an issue with the established facts, quote-unquote?
Oh, well, I guess if it was a grown person, how the hell did they get out of the room? Because the whole basis that Maki is being blamed is the fact that he's the only one that could have fit through the vent.
Yeah.
What? Well, no! Oh my
Dave
god,
Strider
he
jump
does.
scare.
Oh. The very little I know about Homestuck, yeah, you're right. God, I never noticed that. Yeah, okay, so it's not just pretty good testimony, it's actually contradictory, which is, I guess, the important part to note, because, like, we're establishing that it wasn't Maki, and it's important to point out that that means it contradicts what we know about the case so far, because then the question becomes, how in the fuck did someone get out of that room? Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lamiroir's testimony that rings false. Or too convenient, perhaps. Bravo, Herr Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lamiroir has to be lying. Oh,
Hey.
sorry, that was Trucy. Fuck.
Hey.
God damn it. Sorry, I'm too like my mind is racing now as to why. Yeah,
You're
my
locked
bad.
the fuck in.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just like teasing. Proceed.
I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. Well, yeah, and it's probably good that Trucy is a girl of many voices. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, to be fair to Apollo, he's absolutely right. He would be doing the same thing everyone else did before, just going, well, I guess that makes sense. Of course the child shot the Magnum by him just saying, oh, see, it was a grown person. Okay, cool. But I guess, like, Clavier also kind of, to go back a little bit, Clavier also being like, yeah, I just want the truth, means that, yeah, he doesn't care really which way this goes. Which is why he's not, I guess is why he's not being upset, because he's not aiming for the win so much. It is as Herr Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Lamiwa, I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the Siren of the Ballad. And lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. Okay, well, she's a grown woman, not a creature, true. The state of the room? Yes, and then the murder took place. That window was closed. Oh. Yeah, she couldn't have heard a voice. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
What? But I'm sure.
Lamiwa, I have nothing but the highest regard for you and your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. Objection! But she's the only eyewitness we have. Objection! So you say. And the victim named her, the Siren, as a witness? That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche... We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. But it brought us to this. Herr Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request.
Huh.
There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lamiwa can't testify...
We don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Danke. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Objection! Wait! Let me hear Lamiwa's testimony one last time.
But the cross-examination is already over.
I know that's never stopped me before, but I mean, come on, please. Don't like my word being overruled like this.
Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance.
At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Herr
Fuck
Forehead?
you, dude.
Fucking... Yes! Back to the blind child!
No, none of this logic and a young man being the culprit. Let's go back to pinning things on the blind fucking child.
Yeah, yippee! I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
Can't remember what happened 10 minutes ago in testimony. I dislike saying the same thing twice. And I never repeat a song for an encore. Oh, so he didn't play it 6 times in a row.
No, he played it 6 times in a row. He just didn't do it as an encore.
oh, it was an encore, right.
If you would, Miss Skye.
I believe I was saying the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room. And the witness, you, was standing in front of it.
And that air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have had a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been in there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant.
Virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
Should have stayed a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh my god, the judge has a point to make? Oh? What's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo.
Why on earth did you all just arrest a child? I mean, listen, I'm willing to entertain stupid things in court, but that seems a little weird, doesn't it?
Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre.
Yeah. She's right. Why did Miss Solituse's body disappear from the room? If only there was a mysterious person that was walking around backstage around the time that happened. And end up on the top of the stage tower. Holding a guitar, no less. Perceptive observation, Herr Judge.
Oh, thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough.
Yeah, broken clock twice a day kind of thing.
Yeah.
You get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? I'm getting ready on the blind child button.
I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics.
Does that already count as one? I mean, that's technically not saying he did something. He could grab the body. No, I'm counting that. Fuck off. Objection, child. Oh, sorry, blind. Well, actually, no, that's both. That's both,
Yeah.
because you're implying that he found him and also moved him.
He moved the body to match Lemmerwar's song.
Objection.
No one in this country had motive to kill the victim. And Maki practically left his signature at the scene.
His what?
All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
The longest time I thought it was going to turn out that Maki did the murder and the sunglasses were hiding that he was an alien. God. No, he's just very, very short. Lemmerwar's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You notice it's code too, did you not? It's code? All the events that day followed the song, the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Miss Lotuse's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I admit, I'd forgotten about the song. I was too distracted by us actually dancing around the issue. This was a blind child. But there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing?
It's a wild world out there, Judge.
My favorite Animal Crossing game.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's head on to the next. A cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. It's right, you can be a backup dancer, Apollo. I was too distracted thinking about hitting Clavier in the face over and over again with the butt of a rifle. Yeah, real. stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamiwa's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill him, and Monkey practically left his signature at the scene. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet holes in the wall, of course.
No, I'm gonna let this play out. The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
That means what exactly?
The dressing room wasn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Yeah, he's blind. But, like...
Very. Assuming the shooter can properly aim. The only reason bullets miss is because you're blind.
So not only are we just ignoring the feats of strength and sight that this blind child would have needed to perform for this whole thing to work, but now we're also using the fact that he is a blind child to justify that he did the shooting!
He was blind. He was a blind child, but he wasn't too blind or too child.
Oh!
Ghastly case. Ghastly case.
Fucking
Ghastly case.
god damn it! Yeah, like,
How did the blind child move the fucking body then, Emma? Oh god, that's so conveniently awful. I hate that. I hate this. Oh. No. You can't be serious. Now we're bringing up he's a blind child?
Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed? That's what you're saying? It's the only explanation that makes sense. And if you'll excuse me for 1 second.
oh my god, dude. The only explanation that makes sense.
How did he move the body, Emma? Explain how he moved the body.
He used sound and other senses to fire a gun. Echolocation, really.
What is he, fucking Daredevil? What do you mean? Oh my god. Now I need that panel of Daredevil shooting the fucking
The gun of the Punisher?
yeah, and just yelling, "I'm so sorry," but it's fucking Maki, and he's just speaking Borginian.
See, her hypothesis is that he grabbed the gun and just went, ah!
Yeah.
And used the
And that
sound wave.
see, and that's the voice that fucking Lamiwa heard. Oh my god. So this is so fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. It's like bending over backwards. Like, oh man, the worst thing is that if it was just a blind person, if it was just a blind person, this would be like, oh, okay, I can kind of see the logic here. This person is actually kind of short and slender, probably one of the only people that could fit in the vent, and he was blind, there's no way you could miss someone at that range, right? But, like, but...
Yeah, and also, yeah, Cookie's pointing out sound and other senses. Like, what do you mean? Did he like, go hold still and then grope his way over to the tube?
Yeah! It's like, yeah, no, he smelled the perfume, he smelled the aftershave Latus was using, and that gave him the position that...
3D scent.
Ugh.
He was scent maxing. Poorly.
Scent maxing and feel pilled. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by
You're ruining your own case!
How did he hit him at all? It's a goddamn miracle!
With all of this in mind, I'm surprised they're claiming he only missed once.
Yeah! Okay. Hang on a second. I think I get an, no, blind specifically. The blind. Oh, that's the judge.
Blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
How did he hit him? I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice. What do I do now? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh? How so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. Yeah. I forgot how fucking good this case is. Yeah, like, being the one playing through this, I am more frustrated than I would have been watching this, and if I was just watching this, I would be like, oh my god, this is so fucking stupid, it's wound all the way back around to being, like, funny. But, oh... I guess, like, specifically because the issues I have with this series sometimes of, like, dwelling on details that don't really make sense unless you already know where the narrative is going, can be a little frustrating sometimes. But this is, like, the entire case is bent around this whole thing. This case made me furious playing it, but that in turn just makes me feel more affection for it. Yeah, no, I do get that. I will probably look upon this case more fondly than if it was just bad from a logic perspective, because it's so bad that it's actually funny that anyone in the room is entertaining this bullshit. And, you know, obviously whether or not I come on the other side of, like, actually that's funny as hell and I give it a point for that, or if it makes me want to send it to hell even more is to be seen.
That's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
I mean, it makes as much sense as blaming the blind child for this. Let me cook. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
The shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon.
The revolver was blind.
Why, it could just locate their shoulder.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. It's almost like a child could not have fucking... The revolver was a child. Exactly. The defendant, Maki Tabae, is, as you can see, tiny. Oh my god, we're actually getting to it! It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would knock off his arm. Thank you, Apollo!
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Haha, take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo.
Huh? What?
The bit about Maki being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim. Aren't you kind of admitting that he did it?
Trucy, I specifically said that his arm would have been thrown off after the shot. That's the point. No! No! No, oh! Fuck you! You are not about to throw back the fact that this is a blind child in my face. You can't do that. We just established the exact reason this couldn't be the case. You are not about to use that as evidence that this is exactly what happened.
Lol, LMAO even.
It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. So, nuh-uh. Literally, nuh-uh. Even the defense seems to agree on that. The judge literally pointed out the gun could not have been fired by someone not being careful with it, or it would dislocate his shoulder. And then Apollo agreed, saying he's even a child. How, in what fucking universe does anyone think that this is a good line of logic to follow? No! No! Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. Oh my god, it's... I can't believe it. They specifically pointed out the actual physical contradictions, and Clavier's like, so anyway...
Fucking 1920s detective work. Anyway, back to my hunch.
Yeah. But let's get back to the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Hey, how about we get some ballistics experts in here? Or forensics. Well. This is what if Ace Attorney took place in L.A. Noire. Yeah. It's like, Apollo, you did take the fingerprints of the gun, right? It's like, no, I didn't find that. Oh. Well. You didn't do the one thing that would have proved it. We wouldn't even need forensics, just observe the boy's arms and hands. Well, no, like, because they want, like, testimony or evidence in that, and they need, and, like, I'm sorry, but I don't feel like giving anyone in this room the air of charitability anymore. They would need someone in there that is specifically saying a child could not shoot this without injuring themselves, and then get a medical examiner to check them. Case over. Oh my god. Okay, it's at least getting added to a testimony. Thank fucking Christ.
Right.
Ugh. Why won't you just let me put this child in jail, Apollo? Jesus. Killing my hide.
Come on, I've got a quota, alright? I need to buy more Snackoos, Apollo. I'm running out. I need this money. I need it.
Yeah. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind.
So this one is very stupid. If you need a hint for it, just ask me and I will give it to you.
Okay. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that.
I wouldn't call it proof per se.
Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has a most logical conjecture. Conjecture? Yeah. About as conjecture as Apollo. So we're gonna take Emma's word for it. Because fuck you, I guess. Based on the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? Thank you, Apollo! Blind! Ah, a very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain. He certainly seems sure of himself.
Recall the crime scene, if you will. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents.
What are we getting at? I don't believe it.
Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance. Including Maki Tobaye. He would have known that there would be a way out on the top of that step ladder.
Blind!
Someone did maintenance on the air vents at some point. Oh, that must mean
The stepladder in the room that I definitely know is there, obviously is sitting just below the air.
Exhausting. Fucking exhausting.
This stepladder. But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there. I don't know. There were decorations on the vent. It's kind of my first thought is like, oh look, there are decorations up there, and there's fingerprints from the defendant. I wonder if there's a connection between those two. But no, we don't do any logical connections or exploring here in this case. That goes all out the window, because we desperately need to put this blind child behind bars. I gave you all the clues there for it. God damn it, Luca.
The people, they simply crave child incarceration.
Exactly.
Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Oh, right, that's happening today. I completely forgot about that.
What's up?
What is being turned off?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all good. I wasn't planning on doing anything with that anyway, and I've got shit in the fridge preparing for it. Glad I thought ahead. Vel hair forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps. Never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's called the scent of blood.
Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? We need something to prove the killer could see.
The fact that he hit him. Like, that would work as much as any explanation we've heard so far. Why don't we just say that he shot him? He was blind. Of course he was gonna miss. How did he hit him? Like...
That'll put him in his place.
You are... Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Do I have any evidence that the person in the room could see? You know, the judge did bring up earlier that this room was kind of cluttered. Is the idea that, like, it would have been really hard for him to get to where the air vent is because of all the shit in the room?
I don't think you have anything that can really prove that.
Well, I mean, it'd probably be the diagram, if anything, but, There's the erased message here. Like, if we're doing the whole victim wrote a thing before they died thing.
Yeah. Then only someone who could see the message would know to erase it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go with that. Fine. I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Herr Forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
This is that evidence.
Photograph of the crime scene?
I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. This is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? I haven't pointed in like half an hour.
Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
This one. The contradiction is right here.
Smeared bloodstains.
I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court.
Do you know how many times someone's tried to fake that the victim in this case wrote something before they died? Oh, it's never turned out to be right.
I've seen it many times, and I'll see it many more.
I'm sure.
It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha! I get it. At least I think I get it.
Get what, Fraulein?
When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write with the shooter's name? In his own... what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good.
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. Certainly a logical conclusion.
Yeah, how about that?
Rat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? Apollo, you are the only person with any brain cells to rub together at this point. I think you need to spell it out for everyone.
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer. And that the killer tried to rub the name out.
What's your point?
What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name?
Well, Mr. Latus is writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait...
Once he saw what it was?
But what did you just testify about the shooter?
I said... They were blind. Oh...
it's that meme of you're high and you drop the bong in the
yeah,
in the bin
instead of the baggie.
Yeah. Like Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Maki Tobae, was blind for the 50th time? He couldn't have been the shooter.
Impossible.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet, up until now...
It seems I owe the court an apology.
Damn fucking straight.
Yeah! How about you turn in your lawyer's badge, asshole? What the fuck? The Governors are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. What the fuck do you mean?
Of fucking course.
You are not about to fucking update the autopsy report on me, you dipshit. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us.
I've got an idea. Let's rock. With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fraulein detective. If I may.
What?
Tell me, why do you think that Maki Tobae is... Are you... Oh my god. What did he say?
What are you saying? Of course he's blind.
Of course.
He's the blind pianist, right? Doesn't Lamberwire lead him around by the hand all the time?
No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Maki Tobae. According to this, Maki Tobae can see perfectly well.
What?
I hate this case. You're telling me that we fucked around with the idea that everyone was just ignoring that this kid is blind just for Clavier to confirm he's not?
But not that it matters though, because everyone was operating under the assumption that he was blind.
No, you're right. But sorry, go on.
So at any point, it still would have been completely valid to point that out. Like, this changes nothing procedurally.
So... Oh my fucking god. Like, he knew the entire time.
The prosecution would like to claim just fucking around, Your Honor.
So Clavier just knew this all and built a case despite knowing that Maki is not blind. Yeah, exactly. It's like... I'm sorry? This feels like... This feels absolutely garbage. It feels like they wanted to do a case where they played around with the idea of being the accused being blind, and rather actively engaging with like some of the things surrounding that and creating a case that would make sense for it to happen in that circumstance. They realized that it was too difficult and instead did this. So they get to have their cake and eat it too. They get to have the stupid shit where you have to actually point out or actively ignore that the kid was blind, only to then pull the rug out from under you and say, actually, yeah, he's not blind at all, so that was just fucking pointless. And we made our characters look like fucking idiots for what?
You say they, but we know who's to blame. It's one dude. It's one man's fault.
No,
he has apologized for it.
I know, but, like, this is atrocious.
Yeah, it sure is.
What the fuck? Shutakumi had a deadline. Hang on, I really want to see the rest of this play out before I kind of go off.
His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. Objection! But you said... What did I say exactly? Has he actually never mentioned that the kid was blind? I don't think he did.
It was mostly Emma pushing that.
And he never made statements one way or the other, but he was acting under the illusion.
Oh my god, dude, this is so fucking backwards. This is so
It was a
fucking...
real it was a real start at the end and right backwards type of case.
Yeah, but like, okay, so to bring this back to what I think is going to be the broader narrative, there's obviously this whole thing going on right now with, like, Phoenix, like, deliberately taking himself out of being a lawyer because he doesn't like what's going on. And, like, we seem to be starting off with the idea that, like,
yeah, like, people, like, multiple people are willing to just let this go and be okay, because that's the law. Like, no one's gonna question why the prosecution is taking the angle they are. No one's gonna question why the detective on the case is just assuming a blind child could do any of this. The judge is not gonna step in to do anything. Like, it feels like it very clearly demonstrates that the thing that Phoenix was disgusted by, even if he himself has then ended up engaging in some of the things that make that process kind of corrupt in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then we go through establishing that could be used for that broader point, and then you make it so that actually only Clavier wasn't. And I guess, like, you could say, like, you know, negligence and whatever. He was letting everyone labor under the idea that that was the case. But, and you can't even argue evidence law with this shit, because, like, it became the fact that the kid was blind. Well, no! Oh my god, that's why they wrote around not having the blind shit! Because it doesn't come up until right now that he is explicitly blind and we need to prove one way or the other. So we ignore it for the first case, just for the twist that Clavier wasn't the one... Oh my god! Okay, listen, there are worse cases by virtue of some disgusting shit. This might actually be the worst reasoned case I have ever seen.
Yeah, I know. I would agree with that. It's pretty dire.
Yeah, like, looking back, it feels like the reason we didn't bring up blind at all earlier on is so that Clavier has some kind of excuse to withhold the information that he isn't blind until the point that Emma and Apollo really stick on that. But, like, even if he didn't say that Maki was blind, he was playing along to make the case force the point of Maki being guilty, all the while knowing that it was complete bullshit. Yeah, and there's a little bit of a meta problem there where, like, you can fail as Apollo, and Clavier won't just bring up, actually, he wasn't blind. Like, he will let that slide through, despite the fact that that is evidence that is important that's evidence that's very relevant when people keep bringing that up. But this doesn't become a point of contention arbitrarily. There is zero reason anyone in that room should not have pointed to the words I have plastered in the top corner of this stream.
Yep.
And the only reason that doesn't happen is so that I would not be surprised if Clavier actually cites evidence law here to say, I couldn't bring it up until it became relevant, despite the fact... Jesus fucking Christ. Herr Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective.
She's your subordinate.
Yeah! Correct her, you asshole!
Like, if she is presenting incorrect information and you don't correct that, that's on you.
Yeah, that...
You were at fault.
Like, it's the same as lying by omission. That becomes relevant the second someone brings up the kid is blind. That happened at the very beginning! Fuck off! A significant fact, yes. Consider Make Tobae sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this.
Absolute hack fraud.
Yeah.
But what about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes. I believe her forehead neatly explains those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. Oh, yeah, I see what they're going for, because it's one of those situations where you spend time laboring under an assumption that ends up proving the case further on along the line. Similar to how, the, Luke Atme case, where you spend a whole bunch of time proving that Luke did this crime, and then that actually means that he didn't do a murder, and you need to spend a whole lot of time undoing that. Same thing here, right? We assume the kid's blind. We assume the kid is blind, don't question it, until a point at which it becomes relevant, and all of the work we've done up to that point works against us from then on. Cool. He's blind! This isn't proving that he did a crime elsewhere. It is an known thing about the kid that could be examined and tested, and it just doesn't for narrative convenience.
Now you're getting it.
A simple accident, in other words.
What are you talking about, dude? You sound insane.
Isn't this case great?
That's certainly a word for it.
Ugh. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. Ugh. This is where the real fun begins here, forehead. Good face.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie.
This is, like, in terms of, not in terms of the writing or any sort of, like, higher thing. If I consider this from, like, a diegetic perspective, I despise Edgeworth for what happened in, the final case of, Ace Attorney 2. I think this is topping it, somehow. Like, this is such a colossal abuse of his position and knowledge that, like, even though the thing in Ace Attorney 2 that I take more issue with is something, like, very, very serious and, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, it's not even that serious. It's something I personally really hate happening in stories when it comes to things about suicide and shit. I don't know why the thing about this Clavier holding this information back from a blind child being prosecuted is making me hate him more than I dislike Edgeworth in that moment, but it somehow is, and it's probably recency bias because I am sitting here experiencing this now. But my god, like, for him to sit here and say, like, see, I knew you wouldn't have what it takes. To read minds? To know that this blind kid just wasn't blind when you're the one who has that information and don't disclose it to the court? The fuck do you mean? It's the obvious thing to hinge it to, and the only reason you get to talk like that now is the writers chose for you to be able to be smug in this instance. Oh my god!
Good old Ace Attorney.
Yeah. I knew you didn't have what it took. Oh, I'm not focused on the game.
You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize.
Actually, I'm going to have to ask you to apologize as well, Mr. Gavin. Also, I believe this is like... I don't know, I feel like this requires a hearing for disbarment at this point, because what the fuck, man? Oh, sorry.
That's no way to apologize.
He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. Mr. Hat flash steps.
Ahem. If we can please end the bickering, now.
Whatever, I'm not leaving. Can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me.
Our testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that.
Ah, haha.
Oh? She's gonna turn you into a frog. Aha, what?
This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right?
That seems to be what happened, yes.
Maybe able to find out what was really written here.
Really? You can do that?
That's right, with this. Called luminol. Maybe you know of it. It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Hey, why didn't we do this before? Oh, right. Because of this moment? No! Okay, wait. Hold on. Stop. Time the fuck out. You're telling me Emma, the person whose whole thing is scientific investigation, didn't look at the crime scene and do the one thing that her character
She's not allowed to.
I mean, that didn't stop her before.
It didn't, but that's because you brought it. She was telling you how to do it, but she wasn't doing it because that would be a breach of her station.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. No, that was actually... Yeah, I was about to say, like, if this moment was about to just, like, inadvertently character assassinate Emma, I would have been so fucking mad. But no, that... Yeah. And I mean, that's not just, like... There is more purpose to that than just this moment. So I'm willing to let that slide as like, okay, no, that does make sense. That's not just there for narrative convenience. Like, Emma's whole character is kind of defined by the fact that she hasn't been able to do the thing she wants to do. Oh, I was about to get so much more mad about that. Yes. Have you done those tests yet? You telling me you tried to test whether the blind kid was blind, but you didn't?
Ha! So I'm gonna tell you.
The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Here is one I prepared earlier.
Right, go for it, Apollo. Show this fucking jackass what I taught you.
Yeah. I have to do the test?
You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple.
Chemical that reacts to blood. I heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe analysis is called for. Have at it.
Right. Ready? As easy as pie.
Just show this glimmerous fop where he can shove it. Yeah. I wish.
Just press the A button to spray an area. Here, give it a try.
Nice, the entire court are focused on me.
Apollo, your hand's shaking.
Let's do this. What the fuck? IPYX314206. Or maybe IPXX314206. Is this Romanized Borginian? I mean, it's basically, like, Borginian is Wingding, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's just, like, Unicode characters for the shit. Wow, it really works.
This must be the power of science.
Science! Let us wrote a fucking captcha, Jesus.
It says IPXX314206.
I think I used this code to get a Wonder Card Sableye. It...
Is that the killer's name? That line works so much better with the characterization I've been giving her.
Yeah, it's like... I'm no... Is that a Borginian name?
Dude, are we talking horses?
Oh no. Aha! I have it. So, what is it? Oh my god, the killer was the... God damn it, Luca. I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Oh!
Interpol? You mean the International Police?
Huh.
That is what it stands for, yes.
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Yeah, god damn it. I was looking to work in a Chun-Li joke in there. No, the New York post-punk band. Oh, that's good. Call this case obstacle 1! Oh, you win the stream for today, newest girl. That's fuck. That is a joke for exactly you and me, I feel.
That's exquisite.
Yeah. Maki's Interpol's first child agent. Oh no. Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on.
Eh?
Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Oh god, what voice is like? Oh, I remember what voice I was giving this guy. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. To be honest, everyone's in peak tonight. Yeah, everyone. Yeah. Well, given the circumstances, it's kind of hard not to be because, like, we're just roasting this case in general. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're not the only one that's been on fire.
On the ball.
I'm not sure what to think of this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Despite some major breaches in protocol.
I'll sweep those under the rug. This was too funny.
Yet this number really is the end of an Interpol agent.
Oh, wait, I know. What if Maki Tabaya is really an undercover Interpol agent?
Oh, fucking god damn it. No! Fuck you! Oh, we're about to use the... Yeah. obviously the Interpol agent would be able to fire a magnum they physically can't otherwise. They're superhuman. That would be a possibility. Remember when we were cross-examining an amnesiac singer? Yeah. Yeah.
A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Maki Tobae. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I hate this man. I hate this man. I hate this man. I hate this man. What do you mean?
The shittiest part is he's only like this in this case. Like, last case we had him literally helping the defense because unlike most prosecutors, he actually gives a shit about discovering who did it.
Yeah.
And this one was like, nah, I like cheating. Cheating is fun.
Like, that's the thing I couldn't articulate before about making Clavier the one to unveil this knowledge. Because the interesting juxtaposition between him and the other prosecutors we've faced is that he's not looking for the win. He seems completely unfazed that he lost. He seems far more interested in either finding the truth or actually leading Apollo on to looking for the truth, right? Because in a couple of instances he's prompted him, in another instance he basically led him towards the conclusion. Like, he is very much not interested in that. And the original thing I thought was that it's probably positioning him opposite Phoenix, who does see that the court system is faulty, but ends up doing the thing, ends up pulling a Miles Edgeworth. He forged evidence, and that was the reason he lost his badge. So you have this interesting thing here where Gavin is one of the few people, or Clavier is, one of the few people who does not care about the win. He actually does care about the truth. And he is to prosecution what Phoenix was to defense, right? Because, like, and in Ace Attorney 2, at the end of it, he even convicts his own defendant because he did it. And that's the whole point. But to then make Clavier hide an incredibly crucial piece of contextual evidence for this thing for no reason that has yet been pointed out,
Other than for laughs.
other than for laughs, completely undoes that. Yeah, he is willing to look for the truth in that, unless he can get a real giggle out of things. Which is even more despicable than the prosecutors who are just looking for the win. Because at least they're performing their role as actually trying to prosecute the defense. Right? Twisted and fucked up as it is to do the things that Franziska... I was about to say Franziska, von Karma, but it doesn't quite work. The von Karmas and Edgeworth do, and Godot... all of those, well, Godot's a weird case in that, but, like, they might be despicable in their own way, but they are functioning as intended to a point. Clavier is, like, flippant in that role, and that's even worse. He was... oh, man... this has such parallels with the problem I had with Edgeworth in the Adrian Andrews case. It's actually kind of surprising, because, like, I won't go into it too much because we've already yapped a lot. But my premise at the end of that is that the fact that the story goes out of its way to kind of make it look like, oh, but Edgeworth was just trying to get the truth and is just being ruthless, by having Adrian essentially forgive him for what he did because it was what she needed to come out of her shell, sort of thing, is like vomit in my mouth bad. And this has a similar thing, where it's like, yeah, Clavier's kind of an unknown, and he operates outside of the intended thing of the court, and that actually makes him a bit better than everyone else, because he's looking for the truth. But then you couple that with the fact that he pulls something like this, and it's like, no, actually, he's measurably worse. Like, say what you will about fucking, I forget Francisca's father's name.
Manfred.
Say what you will about Manfred, like, getting his guy. Like, but that could just be attributed to a bad defense and not being able to unpick that with, like, obviously his abuse. But he's meant to be doing the thing he is doing.
Well, to an extent. It is, like, repeatedly proven that he would cheat, and, like, the reason he murdered Gregory Edgeworth is because Greg exposed the one time, like, he managed to expose his cheat for the first time ever, and even though the prosecutor's office was so corrupt that all it gave him was a slap on the wrist, that was still so embarrassing to him that he wanted to personally murder this man.
Yeah, maybe Manfred's not the best example, but, like, even, like, they are still doing something wrong, but their goal is still to prosecute. Which is, as much as they are despicable, again, in their own right, that is what they're meant to be doing. But Clavier's just, like, pulling the court for... Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm spinning in circles now. The point is, Clavier being an unknown was interesting in that he would actually be an interesting force to think about, in opposition to the position Phoenix has taken when looking at a corrupt system like this. But... this one move, I feel like, completely undoes that. Because Clavier is measurably worse than most of the people I would try to compare to him fairly up until that point. Like, demonstrably worse. I don't care what Phoenix did that might have got him disbarred. This is 100 times worse. Okay.
You had me until that last bit.
The thing that gets me about this is, like, Manfred von Karma cheats and ends up killing someone and getting the death penalty. Clavier cheats and everyone treats it like it's no big deal. I guess this is maybe indicative of the Dark Age of the Law, but it still feels like shitty inconsistency. Yeah, and yeah, like... Well, but the caveat there is that someone actually managed to expose Manfred, not, that... Well, no, actually, yeah. No, because he only got a slap on the wrist until he actually killed someone, and at that point, like, that's not doing your job badly, that is murder, right? His comeuppance for the mistake was, well, don't do it again, Manfred.
Yeah, it was a penalty, which does not matter to him, considering Phoenix and Apollo regularly get like 5 or 6 penalties per case and walk away just fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Clavier is still meant to be charming and come across as a character we like after this. Well, I don't even mind the little wrinkle that's like, well, yeah, he's willing to manipulate the case to get the truth, but until we reach the end of this case and I can actually make a judgment of that, this is negligent. Like, actively negligent. Because this entire case could, like, and it actively works against his goal. Because, and I guess you could argue that a little bit for just the way the game is structured, because obviously you could still fail as Apollo, and yeah. But if his goal is to actually get the truth, positioning this in the courtroom to obfuscate the truth is, like, counterintuitive to that? Or, sorry, is counter to that goal? And it just makes him look like an ass at the end of the day. Because if he's willing to withhold this kind of information, what other information is he willing to withhold? Anyway, we've dwelled enough on this. I'll probably have more to say when we wrap up the stream, but, yeah.
Yeah, we're close to being done, and I think for the sake of both of our sanities, we should just leave it at the end of this trial section for tonight.
We didn't end up taking a break either, which I do apologize for, but I feel like it was
It's
probably
okay.
worth like actually just being in the moment and yelling about it.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
But all the more reason to just kind of wrap up where this lies. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see?
I guess he did also, like, walk away from us multiple times, and we went like, hey, shouldn't someone go with the blind child? Which I guess is, like,
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a hint towards that, but I'm done feeling charitable about this case, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Herr Forehead? Huh? Me? Maki Tobae pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Hmm? Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some sort of, some kind of game?
I mean, if you're treating it like one.
Knows that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
Jesus Christ. Like, what's the point of maintaining the lie that Maki is blind if you're trying to uncover the truth? Yeah, exactly. Right? And it'd be one... It's... Because it's analogous but not quite to something that happens in Trials and Tribulations with the El Tigre thing,
Yeah.
where Phoenix puts forward evidence, or says a thing that is distinctly untrue to coax him into saying the truth, right? And
Yeah.
this is sort of like that, where we have to look at the case from the angle that he is blind to establish a bunch of facts, and then we turn that on its head, and that would reveal something to us. And obviously, not being on the other side of that being revealed, I can't say one way or the other whether that would actually make sense. However, it feels incredibly ass-pully because the game has felt written entirely around the idea that it would not be the very first thing anyone would bring up the second you got into the courtroom. And that, I feel, undermines the whole thing, because at that point I have to question a bunch of other things about it and just don't feel charitable about the rest of the things the game is trying to do. Because you can get away with a little hand-wavy bullshit, suspension of disbelief, all that, but I can't suspend my disbelief that that wouldn't be the first thing everyone would point to. It's crazy. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Maki Tobae pretended to be blind. Was it for the act? But it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? Was it for the act? It wasn't for himself?
Well, Mr. Justice, you present evidence that showed us why the defendant had to feign blindness.
Um... So that he couldn't see... See what? The message on the floor? So that he couldn't shoot? But, I mean, that's not really, like... It seems like a bit of a weird bit of evidence. Can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? I think the answer is... Well, no, I wasn't given a choice, was I? Wait, was I? Oh my god, I immediately forgot.
For what, sorry?
Was I given a choice to present evidence or to not present evidence?
No.
Okay. So obviously there is evidence. Oh, but I'm looking at it before getting to that point again, I guess. I don't... Okay, so there's no information in my... There's no information in my possession that's talking about their act. Or, for Maki's act.
No, just the La Miroirs.
Oh, okay, no, I did have a choice. I just looked at the court record. I don't think I have evidence. The only thing I can... The only thing I could probably say is this, but this was unexpected. So, if the intent was to pretend to be blind, you wouldn't have known you would have needed to be blind until this happens. But I guess also, like, if the murder was taking place... If the murder in general is probably something there too. Yeah, I think I might need a nudge. I genuinely don't.
Okay. So, like, there is, like, a motif at play in La Miroir's act, right? Like, if you say that he was blind as part of the act, what act is that?
This, I guess?
And what is that specifically?
It's the postcard for...
Yeah, but, like, what's it show?
Things that someone who's blind couldn't see, I guess. But it shows La Miroir painting.
Yeah, because that's her gimmick, right?
Yeah.
She's the sightseeing musique.
I'm not following. Like, I did say before, like, it's just for the act, right? But I don't get how the... I guess the postcard is showing that it is the act, then? Is that the logic? Okay.
But there's a specific reason it would be for the act. Like, why would you do that? Why would you pretend to be blind when you're not?
Okay. Let's see where this goes, then. Maki had no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Which means... No. It couldn't be. Good show, Herr Forehead. Seems you've thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well. Look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see.
Take that!
That is La Miroir?
La Miroir and Maki Tabae. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country.
La Miroir and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk with him all the way over there.
That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go.
All times.
Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Uh-huh.
Well, wasn't it part of their, performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the handle at all. That can only mean one thing.
Really?
Really. It was all the other way round. Wait, what? The only one who needed to be led by the hand. No, I can't hear Mina if I take my headphones off.
It was all to protect the gimmick.
What the fuck?
They did it all for the bit.
That doesn't... Then how...
What's this?
Okay. Just keep pressing A, Wolfie.
So you mean to say that La Miroir is... she's...
Yes, Your Honor. La Miroir is blind.
What? What? Order! 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 This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin.
Did she need to be assisted to the fucking... Did she need to be assisted to the fucking witness stand? How did no one... They were separated.
They were not near each other for a while in all this time, but no one put together that she couldn't fucking see? What?
Don't ask questions, just interrogate testimony and move on to next
Oh
testimony.
my... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do other than just raise my voice at this point because it's gotten so stupid that I've run out of vocabulary. Yes, please, thank you, Judge. Oh shit, hold on a second, did I not... Okay, no, I did update the stream information. I was about to say, on OBS I could still see my Elden Ring details, and I was like, wait, I didn't just go live with Elden Ring doing this. Yes, please. Madness.
The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing, the only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet, I see it is not vast. It is not vast in vain. This time. He's quite correct.
But that makes no sense! Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask La Miroir herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room.
Apollo, what does this mean for a case?
And that's... Oh my god, that's why Clavier was like, okay, we don't need to listen to this anymore, because she's literally just saying she saw shit. What?
Yeah.
She was giving testimony saying that she wasn't blind.
You don't understand, it was
God!
for the bit. It was for the bit. Number one rule of being artist, you've got to commit.
You got to commit to the bit. Never let the bit go. Oh my god. Don't ask
Listen, Romain Latouche died for that bit.
Yeah. What, you're going to let his death be in vain? We were only on the bit, Apollo. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would get to you this much. I'm sorry. Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lameroir.
Are we not going to a... Are we still going? Is there gonna be a, like, part 2 to this thing, or...?
No, this is the last scene of the... I think this is... No, so there's one more testimony, and then it's over.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, Lameroir testifies about her sight. And I think you just press, like, one thing, and then it's over.
Okay. It pains me...
There's not much left.
Yeah, good. Okay. This is a lot. It pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must.
Please, do not be concerned on my behalf.
Whose eyes? She really can't see? Really?
It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
Funny. No.
So you are...
Yes, as I mentioned before.
I will note though, from memory, Lameroir was avoiding talking about, like, she said she did see things, but when pressed, she more went to the
What she
her
heard.
hearing, yeah. When she was
Yeah,
asked
so
to describe the person
she wasn't-
saw, yeah.
Yeah, so she didn't give any, like, material lies. She was going off of what she heard exactly.
Yeah.
Because when the judge, even when the judge asks, like, so you were by the window, did you see something? She kind of brushes past it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have no memory of the time before I became Lameroir. No too many memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lameroir.
I see.
You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial, Herr Forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Ah. Now, Lameroir, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes?
Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a little bit lost here, Your Honor. Yeah. Lameroir's eyes.
I have no memory of the light. Melodramatic fucker.
Yeah, God.
I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this.
Just as an aside, from what we saw last time, she did speak about her past to some degree, didn't she?
Like, her past is in, like, her career as Lameroir, but she doesn't remember anything before that.
She did actually say that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, this isn't just, coming up out of nowhere. Okay. Because, yeah, that struck me as odd, because it sounded like, I can't remember my past and, you know, my English isn't that good, made it sound like she was putting that forward as an explainer as to why she might be an unreliable witness, or not know too much, or use her words badly, or something like that. But no, that bit is consistent. She's just... Yeah, okay.
So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. I did it for the bit, you see. It was too late to change my gimmick. There was no time. You must understand.
I got famous on the bit, and I just had to commit to it for the rest of my life.
It's like those magicians who pretend that they're physically disabled so that they can do it in their magic act. You must understand.
Awesome.
Everyone on my staff knew, of course.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I had to do it. For the bit. I was legally required to do the bit.
The NDA requires I lie in court.
Right down at the bottom of my contract, in huge font. It wasn't even fine print, it was large. It said, "Never let the party die," in all caps. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would.
She told us...
How did she see her contract?
I'm sure
I have to
someone
assume it was written in
dictated
Braille.
it. All that, yeah. She told us the truth since the beginning, when she said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine.
But what is there left to ask?
There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness.
Oh boy.
She has a bit to uphold.
Okay. There's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Okay, so I have to press the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No memory of the light. I did. Yeah, I have no memory of the light. Hold it!
I was born in the darkness, molded by it.
Debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with a PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
So for the purposes of this case, that means Maki and Latus, because we don't know any of our other staff.
Yeah. The only two that stand out to me are producer knew beforehand, but that seems kind of irrelevant. This one might be more relevant, though. Like, are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only one that's, like, directly relevant to the murder trial,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latus?
Of course, he was my manager.
So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me. Oh, witness. Huh.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, we've seen this twice, so I'm
Yeah.
not gonna voice it.
Probably a third time, honestly, before now.
Yeah.
Yep. Witness. Can't see.
Witness can't see.
The witness is Siren. Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He
Because
knew
he's
you were
stupid?
blind. I can't rule out that he's stupid at this point. I mean, look at what's been happening.
I think the phrase, like, why did X do that? Are they stupid? Is like one of my favorite
Yeah.
ways of making fun of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. IDK.
What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness. Siren? We've heard them many times, along with little play acting by our defense.
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before?
Before?
That's right. He tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Don't say that, George. That's
Yeah,
insensitive.
God. Good for you. Too bad the defense did not. Well, Herr Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Yeah, I mean, if you present all the facts, maybe I wouldn't feel so...
Order! Order!
I gave this guy a really silly voice when Luca played this, and I would say random shit every time the game flashed back to his death scene. God, Cookie! Recall Lamiroir's earlier testimony. So my way...
I was on my way to
Oh.
the stage, the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
So she was in the room? That is not the most important point here.
Hmm?
The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as a witness? Ah,
But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice.
unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We already ran a simulation, of course.
But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
So the window was open, or you were in the room.
Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
Ah, this is the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lammermore's manager...
It's just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Val, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Oh my god, did we finally get prints on it? Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms. And the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op? I wonder how that ties into everything.
Gotta tie in somehow, you'd think.
Yeah, somehow. I mean, it gives people other than, like, the people who came from Borginia, motive, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out now. Oh.
Wait.
Oh. Can't believe Marquis wrestled the gun away from this massive man who's in Interpol and thus trained in this exact sort of thing. Yep. We might not be able to claim the blind thing anymore, but I can still work with the child defense.
Lamour, is something the matter?
That voice just now.
Oh no. Darien?
Mr. Darien, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him?
You aren't saying...
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien.
Is this some kind of joke? What? No way. Oh, Jesus. Courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. Never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. A memoir, fingering Darien Crescent. Ooh.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't say that.
Don't phrase it like that.
Yeah. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamour heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Okay. Blind fire. One of the things we talked about earlier was potentially the gunshot coming from, like, the speakers, for example. You know, if the music is being piped in there regularly, you could also have had his voice in there. And and you know, I'm using a little bit of meta knowledge, but we fiddled around with the soundboard, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was one of those that worked with microphones or anything like that. So, oh,
Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo.
Trucy, when did you enter my mind palace? Yes. Saved the game. Oh my god, get me
Right.
out of here.
Finally, we're free.
Hang on. Does this just open in... I'll just put some music in the background. Oh. Okay, it's not working. Fuck it. Back to menu. Don't save. I already saved. That's fine. My
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
I can't believe that got worse. Like, I was...
You're gonna be saying that 2 or 3 more times at least.
Oh no.
Oh man. Like, it was unbelievable enough at the beginning of this stream that everyone was just saying, oh yeah, this blind child did it. But the amount of shit we then found out, especially icing on the cake at the moment, the fact that Lamour was blind and the kid and Marquis was separated from her the entire time up until this point, and no one noticed. What do you mean?
The police at the detention center are like, he just kind of keeps staring at the wall. Is that boy okay? Pain, suffering, even.
Yeah, no, really, like, I cannot believe this shit. Like, okay. To some degree,
it at least makes sense if you only ever consider the literal things that are seen by the game, right? Because if you frame it in that way, there isn't some way that someone would notice that Lamiwa was blind. There's also no way that someone would realize that Maki wasn't blind.
Yeah, because, like, see, they try to have their cake and eat it too with this, because if Lamiwa was blind but totally, like, abled otherwise, that's totally believable. I know blind people personally who you would not be able to tell are blind unless they told you, because they can get around perfectly fine on their own.
Yeah.
And have, like, aside from some hesitancy, have, like, zero problem doing anything. So if it was just that, it'd be fine. But the fact that they point out, they zero in on, oh, Maki has to lead her everywhere. You know, she can't function by herself. It's like, what was she doing for the past 3 days? Going on, like, fucking Mr. Magoo adventures? Like...
Yeah, really. Like, it's one thing, because, like, if you want to really get into the nuance of it, there are people who can still technically see, but are effectively blind. And
yeah, they call that being legally blind.
Yes, exactly. And I could believe, for example, in a space they are familiar with, you legitimately probably couldn't tell, like, at all. Like, it would not be clear unless you took them somewhere they didn't know, and then they started asking questions about, like, just moving around space or whatever. Sure. But, like... and it'd be one thing if they were just being led around for the bit, but they specifically hinge the discovery of this fact on the fact, like you said, that Maki needed to be there to lead her around. So, clearly, to some degree, she cannot be left alone because she is blind to a degree that would be a problem. But then, what? Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck was she doing when Maki was away? Lamiwa's life being a series of Mr. Magoo misadventures would actually make sense. I mean, yeah, she basically... I mean, she essentially did that with her career. It's just like, oh yeah, we'll make you... This'll be... Your gimmick is gonna be that you can paint. But, uh-oh! She's blind! Like, it feels like Mr. Bean level shit of just like, oh yeah, put this person who has an obvious kind of shortcoming in terms of, like, in some situation where they would need to lean on that anyway, and, yeah. God, this is such a George Costanza scene now that I think of it, yeah! So the singer's blind, yep. But she's the sightseeing performer, correct. But she's blind. Do I need to say it twice? Like, oh god, I can imagine the Seinfeld bit of that. Fuck. Shoutouts to modern Seinfeld, by the way. That fucking... I don't know if they're still operating at the moment. I haven't seen peep from their Twitter in a while, but, like, damn. I love that shit. Oh, yeah, god. Ugh. Like, I really try to put myself in a position where I can go along with the game's bullshit, and I feel like there are enough examples of me on stream doing that, or, like, enjoying a thing that's bullshit, but, like, okay, no, I want to see where this goes. Because it's bullshit, but, like, I don't know, this could be funny, or, like, interesting, or something like that. And I feel like there's enough evidence of that for when I say the line, this this annihilates even my suspension of disbelief to actually hold weight. This is one of the worst. I don't even want to know. I don't know if I want to even call it a misread of suspension of disbelief or anything like that. Because, like, you're never going to believe how I ranked this case in our tier list stream. No, I'm pretty sure Mina alluded to the fact that it was relatively high.
Yeah.
And the shame of it is that the note we just left off on is really intriguing. This blind person was near a crime and heard the voice of... heard someone's voice. A person unexpected to be involved in this. And the fact that she is blind raises a lot of questions. Where did she actually hear it from? She heard the gunshots. Realistically, she shouldn't have been able to hear into the room, but she heard a voice, and she seems convinced that it was someone talking to Mr. Latouche, which... Why is she making that assumption? There's actually a lot to unpack there and a lot to investigate and think. But to get to that stage, we had to play around with the opposite being true, and Clavier basically giggling the whole time that the entire courtroom was just, like, under the presumption that the kid was blind. I can see segments of this being great, and at least the setup here seems like it's going to be, hopefully, moving away from the bullshit. But based on what everyone in chat is saying, it doesn't sound like that is. Which makes me even more concerned, because this should be the easy out for the rest of the case. But no, actually it can't be, because if the implication was that it couldn't possibly have been Maki, then the case ends! Like what?
Big shrug. What can you do?
Yeah, what? Yeah, well, I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh no.
Holy shit. I'm beside myself. That's... The silence right now from those in the know is deafening. Yeah. And that makes me really worried. Because if I wasn't privy to some suggestion that it was going to get worse, I would be like, there is no fucking way this case actually gets worse.
All I'm gonna say is you're gonna hear the phrase, I had to do it for the bit at least 4 or 5 more times.
No! Oh god.
Alright, let's put this fucking piece of shit behind us.
Yeah, okay, yeah, just... Oh. Yeah, like, to some degree, I need to stew in it, because I'm just like, oh god. Okay. Whew. Yeah, let's wrap this up. We need to talk about the coming weeks, too, actually, because, things are happening. During the week, I'm probably going to be back on Elden Ring. DLC's lit the fire in me again, and hopefully that maintains a little bit. Please tell me we're back at it tomorrow. No. Yeah, it's Saturday for y'all. It's Sunday for me. And then, Tuesday I'm definitely going to be streaming 14 prep, because I think it'd be fun. It was fun last time to just randomly go through shit. FF time soon, yep. So then, yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of Elden Ring during the week. Tuesday, I'm definitely doing 14. Friday night, yeah. The servers are probably going to be fucked, especially because Oceania is the only server that you can world travel to now, so I'm a bit concerned about the population and the lines, but, I'm going to try, because I want to try and level Picto as fast as I can. What I'm probably going to do that weekend is Saturday, I'll play some more 14 and just kind of go through it. I might even test ride my idea for a schedule when Dawn Trail comes out, so I might do a morning Saturday stream and an afternoon Saturday stream. Good barometer to see how I feel about that. Sunday, I'm all good for Ace Attorney.
I'll let you know. I'm going to the Pride March next Saturday for me.
Oh, hell yeah.
It starts at 1, so like I should be back in time. But you know how Pride is. There's always a chance I got caught in traffic or caught up in the festivities, and I'll let you know ahead of time if I can't make it.
Or both. Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I listen. I've been to enough gatherings of large people in an open space to know that. Suddenly the public transport infrastructure can't fucking handle that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So, tentative Ace Attorney stream. If that doesn't happen, I'll probably replace it with Pictomancer stuff. Oh yeah, that's this weekend because of early access. Jesus. And then just to look forward to the week after, because that's actually going to be important. I might not be able to stream that entire week. I still need to figure out what's going on regarding that. I think there's like a coin flip as to whether I'm going to be busy all of next week, which is a bit of a problem because I wanted to spend that prepping for 14. But the idea is that from the 5th of July to the 9th of July, I have time off, and I'm basically just going to be going hard through Dawn Trail.
Nice.
I might still take a break for Ace Attorney, because I'm not going to do that multiple days in a row and just be fine with that. I probably need a little bit of a break. I probably also, depending on where we leave off, either next weekend or that this is the note, I have to know where this case goes. I'm not going to put off that stream. But yeah, I've got a long weekend planned 2 weeks from now that will basically be me going through the MSQ. Yeah, that's the plan at least. And hopefully I have Pictomancer leveled by then. But yeah, those are kind of my plans. I'll put them, I know what's happening at least going up until next weekend, so I'll probably put the schedule up early because I'm not going to deviate from that. But yeah, exact times and stuff like that I'll figure out. Next weekend will be a good test run to see like how that kind of works with my regular kind of schedule and looking after myself and eating for extended periods, for extended gaming periods. But yeah, so to quickly reiterate it back, this week, Tuesday, 14, some Elden Ring, because Wednesday and Thursday the servers are going to be down. We're gonna try and get in on queue on Friday night. I might even do a thing where I keep the queue in the background and then play Elden Ring on top of that. You could do either of those things. And then yeah, it's gonna be a lot of 14, but we're gonna still do Ace Attorney. I don't want to drop that.
Yeah.
Especially after the shit we've just been through.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can wrap this up. This case up anyway. By the 13th, so the 14th for you, because on the 18th I am leaving for a wedding out of province, and I won't be back until the 28th, so the 29th for you, so we'll miss 2 weeks of streaming.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll have internet. I'm not sure how good it'll be though. So if you want, we can do like a test while I'm there and see if we can make something work. But
sure, we can always give it a shot. But obviously, if it doesn't, yeah. We'll assume that it's probably not going to happen, and we'll try and at least, get this case done before then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, that'll work. I gotta plan in a doctor's visit around that time, too, I think. I just realized. What the hell's the date today? 23rd. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, this is rolling on a little bit longer after that explanation. But, yeah, I am going to have a more consistent schedule at the very least on Twitch, so, like, that'll be on my Twitter as well. So things are going to be a bit more set in stone for the next couple of weeks. I usually keep it until Wednesday to figure things out, but, yeah. He's hoping I could go from the start of Heavensward to the end of Endwalker by the weekend.
That's a lot to cover. I wish you the best of luck.
Why? Luca, what?
New character / new account.
What? Probably not a discussion to have on stream.
Yeah.
Ouch. Okay. New character in NA. Gotcha. Alright. Let's wrap it up there then. So, actually, is Charles still streaming? Because we got people. He is. Alright. He's playing Tales of Berseria? What? Okay.
Good taste.
That is not the video game I was expecting to see there, to be honest. Oh my god, where is the underscore in his account name? Invalid username. Fuck, it was the other one. There we go. Cool. So yes, go say hi to Charles too. New long play summer, baby. Oh god, yeah. This is gonna be Persona and 14 all over again. Actually, didn't he, I feel like he played something similar to that before. I don't know whether it was a Tales of game, though. He has played something like this before. Well, yeah, it's this weird blind spot I have where there's, like, some Japanese RPGs that just exist in a space where I'm like, is that a Tales game? I'm not sure if that's a Tales game. I really should actually untangle that, because I feel like kind of an idiot when I'm looking at that going, oh, is that actually right? He played Tales of Arise, that's it, yes. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking of. I had to bail for spoilers. Right, because I think we did raid into him when he was doing that one time. Yeah, okay, well. Yeah, there you go. I wonder if I should ever play those games. It's probably not the thing I play online. I was the thought cropped into my mind, maybe I could play Shin Megami Tensei 5 on stream, and then I remembered how long those games were and went,
Yeah.
yeah, probably not.
It would be all you were playing for a couple months, but you could do it.
Yeah, it's something I could play during the week, but yeah, either way. So thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.
Bye, everyone.
Just beat the time.